Are we good to go? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. 1, 2, 3.
Well, we got another minute. I just wanted to make sure we're up and live.
Yeah. Jay, we're just waiting on Nancy, looks like.
And Kevin.
And Kevin, yeah, Kevin Card, yeah. All right. I'm on time for a change. Okay. No technological difficulties this time.
Well,
But you didn't get the memo that it's green shirt night?
Oh,
Jay doesn't have it.
Oh.
I missed
Sorry, I
that.
missed that memo. Let me go
I'm
change.
wearing long sleeves. It's so cold.
I know, it is cold. I've had 2 layers on today already.
It's terrible.
Well, I have had a little technological difficulty here and there today, so I hope things go smoothly for me tonight.
Yeah. So there's a lot in this agenda.
A lot, but most of it will be quickly, I think.
I hope.
Yeah, that'd be great. Okay, I've got 7 o'clock.
Who's Nancy's now on. Okay. Kevin, we're missing. Oh,
Okay, let's go ahead and get underway. We have a quorum. And it's Monday, the 10th of May, 2021, and it is 7 p.m. And this is a regular meeting of the Corporation of Harpers Ferry Town Council. And please note, until further notice, the Corporation of Harpers Ferry's governing and deliberative bodies will hold meetings and or hearings virtually via Zoom webinar, which provides the public participation during a public comment period when applicable and when posted on the agenda. Alternatively, the public may watch meetings by YouTube video live stream or listen by telephone. These options comply with the Open Governmental Meetings Act. The Zoom webinar link to participate in the meetings or hearings can be found on our town website. And for further information on how to view and participate in the town's virtual meetings and or hearings. So I'm going to call the meeting to order with the approval of the agenda. And I would note, I think we've got a couple of guests tonight that we may want to give some consideration that they can participate early in the meeting. And also there are some executive session items specifically under the water department, probably 5, 6, and 7 that we probably want to move until to the end of the meeting. And that being said, the floor is open for other comments on the agenda and the approval of the agenda.
I'd like to move 7A and B to between 3 and 4.
Yeah, those are the guests I was talking about.
Right, just get them in the beginning or move it up to between 2 and 3, but up front.
Yeah, I agree. Okay.
Barbara, you have a number of executive sessions in the water department. Do we want to move those?
Yeah, I think we
Towards the
should move those to the end. The mayor mentioned that, so I thought that's what we would do.
Okay.
That would be 4D, Roman numeral 5, 6, and 7.
Okay.
And budget
then-
and finance would move CI back.
Do you feel like that's going to require executive session, Christian? We probably should move it just in case.
Yeah, just in case.
So also to move CI towards the end of the agenda. And with those, I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Second it.
Okay, all those in favor, please
Aye.
say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Not yet.
Well, that approves our agenda. Mayor's announcements, I have none. So approval of the minutes, A and B.
Has everybody had an opportunity to look at the minutes?
Yes,
Yes, I have notes on the 12th.
So you have comments on one, okay.
Yep. Item 6B, this is under unfinished business. Mentions that I was gathering ideas regarding the street project. I never committed to that. I was just trying to help during the meeting to create some sort of a framework, but not taking any responsibility for seeing it beyond that.
How do you want to see it changed?
I would say remove the second sentence. I mean, it's not going to fully fix it. It's just that I encouraged these things to happen, but didn't intend to do anything beyond that. So I would just strike the second and third sentences.
Did you catch that, Kevin? 6B, strike the second and third sentence.
Yeah.
Anything else on that particular item?
That's it for me.
If not, I move to approve the regular council meeting minutes as amended for 12 April 2021.
I second.
Okay, all those in favor?
aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Hearing none.
Anybody have any comments or changes to the special council meeting on the 20th of April?
I
Nope.
don't.
I don't.
Okay, I move to approve the special council meeting minutes for 20 April 2021 as presented.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Okay, I think what we were going to try to do is let our special guests in early here. Deb, do you have them on board? Or are they in the waiting room ready?
Yeah, I'm gonna promote, the first one I think is Bonnie Zampino, so I'm gonna move her to a panelist now. Just make sure when she comes in, give a couple seconds for that to convert over.
Oh, it's 7.
Okay.
7.
Bonnie, can you hear us?
I can. Can you
Awesome.
hear me?
We can hear you. Yes, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, the item that we have that you will speak to, and again, welcome, is the discussion and action on volunteer/summer internship. So
Yes, sir.
I'll just go ahead and open up the floor. I don't know if any of our elected officials, town council members, or recorder have any comments on that before you get started, or if we're going to just go straight into it.
I might have comments after I hear more about it.
Okay. Well, you may proceed, and your name again is Bonnie, okay?
Yes, sir. My name's Bonnie Zampino. I have been a resident of Bolivar for 18 years and pretty active in the community. But I actually work in Virginia for the Shenandoah Valley Workforce Development Board. We administer a federal grant that's called WIOA, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunities Act. And we're responsible for utilizing those funds to train people who are unemployed or underemployed to gain sustainable employment. One of the funding streams is for youth who have barriers to employment. And what we do is we work with organizations and we place these young adults in internships, and they're trained by us. They go through a curriculum with us for essential workplace skills, and then they go to work for various organizations, and we pay them. They're insured as far as liability and that kind of thing by us. They're supervised by us. And so I have a son who is 17. He has high functioning autism. He's completely mainstreamed at Jefferson High. And I was interested in seeing if he might be able to do an internship this summer at Town Hall, particularly regarding organizing and archiving a lot of the files and records that are in the storage room. That's all.
Okay. So I have a question. I had to
Sure.
raise my hand. And I think Barbara has a question too. So Barbara, you were up first.
Well, I'm going to tread carefully here. There are probably a lot of things at the town hall that could be maybe organized and all, but I would hesitate to have someone who is not professionally an archivist to handle the historic landmarks materials or any of the items that we had received through the benefit of Dan Riss's estate. It's something that can't be done by a novice. Now, if we have filing that's like regular alphabetical order filing, file or labeling, if it's, you know, papers for the town clerk or something like that, that could possibly be done. But as far as archiving, that is something that is actually high level professional activity.
Barbara, I'm on historic landmarks. I can tell you, we've already got somebody in mind who is volunteered to help, who is a professional. So that's handled.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So that actually ties into I agree with Barbara completely. Some of these files require a archive historian, like an archive librarian. And there's this very specialized system for archiving them
And materials that you use.
Exactly.
Archiving.
So I don't think that's what you're talking about, Bonnie. I don't think that's what you're talking about. But what I wanted to ask you, this is all coming to me for the first time. Have you been in conversations with either Patty, probably primarily Patty at the office, to find out what our organizational needs are?
Yes, I have. And the conversation started over a year ago. So I apologize for using the word archiving. That was not what I meant.
It happens. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I had the opportunity to go into the little side room where there's filing cabinets. And this was well before Dan Riss's materials came to the town. And so that was what started the conversation, was like, oh my gosh, we could really use some help just filing. And so I had shared, you know, about this with her, gosh, over a year ago. And we were talking about possibly trying something last summer, and then, you know, COVID. So I think that they said, you know, why don't you talk to the town council about it? And so here I am.
Okay, and then last couple of quick questions for me, and I'll leave you alone. So if there's a need, I understand that. Do I understand you correctly that, and kudos to you for working with this organization and working with this group. Am I understand you correctly that, are you asking town council to pay for the internship? Is it a volunteer internship? It's a volunteer internship.
It is a volunteer internship for the town.
Okay.
The participants are paid from the federal grant.
Okay.
So they do a timesheet that whoever is kind of the on-site supervisor would sign off on. If there's any issues, you know, if there's attendance or, you know, anything like that, my office, which I would not be directly involved because I'm talking about my son, so that would be really weird, but one of our coaches would be the one to have conversations if there were issues, you know, coaching and mentoring. So the participants are paid, but they are not paid from the work site.
Okay. And is there any educational credits that are applicable to this volunteer?
No,
Okay.
it's typically something that's done more. We do both training and workplace development, workforce development, but those are usually two different items.
Mhm.
So this isn't for school credit. This really is for all of our participants, a way to build a resume, to
Mhm.
gain experience in the workforce, to learn what's appropriate, so that when they move on, whether it's to school or work, that
Mhm.
they have some foundational understanding of what it means to be actively involved in the workforce.
Okay, and my promise, my very last question, it doesn't specify, but I'm assuming that this is a part-time, but they're not looking for 8 hours. It's just however many that we can provide oversight for. Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you have a couple hands up, Councilmember Premack and Humes
And Ed.
and Wheelis.
Thank you for coming to the council. I have a couple of questions. What are the dates, just start and end date that you're anticipating?
Honestly, it's whatever is best for the work site. So if the town council was the work site, it would be whatever really was best for them. It typically should end before the school year begins, which would be sometime late August, I believe. But date, times, all of that is really what's best for the work site.
Okay, I admire the program. I think that this is critical for young people to have experience to carry forward, learn what they like to do, because, you know, having to later on figure out what you're gonna do for the rest of your life is good to figure out the things maybe you don't want to do or that you do like as soon as you can.
Yeah.
With that said, there's a lot involved potentially in managing a program where there is no program for interns. And it leads me to, I think the most appropriate interface is with the staff and the administration, the mayor, who oversees the staff, to determine how they want to address this. I don't think this is a matter for town council to vote upon. I think it's good to talk about just for community involvement. What with the timeline, you know, likely early June, late May through, August, you're dealing with will be a transition of administrations. And so I think that I would encourage an informal contact with the staff and mayor to determine if they think it's appropriate, and if there's a transition and a handoff, you know, just keeping that in mind. I think it's a wonderful idea. It ultimately just comes down to the needs, and if it's going to be a help or in some ways an additional responsibility that the staff may or may not be able to take on.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Humes and Wheelis have their hands up.
Well, tapping into what Jay just said, I think it would be important to work with the staff to develop the plan of, there has to be a plan of work that to be developed, and the town hall staff would be the appropriate people to determine that. And again, I notice in the paperwork that's submitted for monitoring the work and the skills that are to be learned, all of that requires a lot of coordination and upfront planning before we would expect any student to be ready to go.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Lastly, Councilmember Wheelis.
Yeah, I echo Jay. I think it sounds like a great program, and I do disagree with Jay that I do think council approval might be appropriate if it's going to be someone in the office space on a regular basis, that council probably ought to sign off on that. But I do think it ultimately has to have the buy-in of the office staff, because it's going to be their responsibility and involvement that will possibly take them away from some of their own work at times.
Yeah, I would just add to what Ed said. I mean, wouldn't office ops kind of make a good recommendation to the council?
I don't think we have I think at a longer window, we might do that, but we don't have a window to work with here. If the town is going to make a decision that, oh, yes, we have a need, and yes, we have the manpower to provide the training, however long it takes to have an intern. We don't have enough time to run it through office ops and back to town council. So that's what Jay was saying, that maybe if town council says, yes, we can subscribe to having an intern, but ultimately the oversight for an intern would fall to the mayor and to the mayor's staff and to the staff. So, and I just have never talked to Patty or Deb, or for that matter, the Water Commission, Angie, whether or not she needs help with any kind of administrative filing task, or I just don't know. I don't know what our needs are. So I don't know that action is necessary tonight unless the town council wants to say that we're willing to entertain having an intern, but I think we have to find out whether or not we can support an intern and keep them busy.
Well, I think the action can just be a consensus that sounds like the town council thinks it's a good idea. And I think we've heard you loud and clear about the mayor and administrative staff considering it and then simply making a recommendation. So I think that would be the action, that there's a consensus to look into it and and it's been favorable. So is there anything else?
So if it's if it's something that the town staff feels is workable and doable, even the extra time that it would take to organize a work plan and oversee it, if they're okay with it, we would give our blessing.
Just a note, I'm sorry, I thought you were making a statement, not asking a question.
I'm done.
I noticed, I think it's Chris Dyer has his hand raised in the attendee role. I have a feeling water department and the project he has going on could be something that could be considered. But I think there should be a conversation with the various pieces of the town administration. And then I don't want to sign a blank check.
I don't think we sideline into another department with this right now. But so Bonnie, it sounds like a favorable response, and it sounds like the town staff here will discuss it and they'll bring it forward. And you know where we are, and you know how to get in touch with us, and we know how to get in touch with you. So
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Thank you for hearing me, and please do understand as well that I'm very well aware that it can be a challenge for an organization to bring someone in. And if it is too much of a challenge, I completely understand that as well. So I just appreciate the time and letting me kind of talk to you all, and whatever the decision is, I completely understand, and I appreciate you all.
Okay, well, thank you, Bonnie.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye.
I believe
So I'm converting Bonnie back, and we'll bring in our next person.
Yes, the Jefferson County Historic Landmarks Commission, and the discussion is, an action is on a contribution to that organization.
Okay, and that is Mr. Burke. Can you hear us, Mr. Burke? You're on mute right now, so you need to, there you go. Can you hear us?
Yes,
Excellent.
there I am.
Good evening, Mr. Burke. Yes, welcome. And we've got you listed here again for a discussion and action on a contribution to the Jefferson County Historic Landmarks Commission. So go ahead.
Well, thank you for entertaining me tonight. This is I'm asking for a contribution to an endowed fund managed by the Eastern West Virginia Community Foundation. We started this fund in 2017 with an initial goal of $100,000. And we will complete that this year. And I have approached all of the corporations that have historic districts to say that you can get included. So this would be an annual contribution of $1,500 and to this fund. And we will create a re-grant program, a grant program specifically for homeowners or corporations of contributing structures in the historic district. So now I'm not under any illusion that the amount of money that would be thrown off by $100,000 would complete a roof project, but we can do emergency maintenance. If you all have the letter that I sent to the mayor in front of you, so that explains, our thinking. I believe that we're going to reach this goal by the end of the summer. And then we will start creating grant guidelines. Who's eligible, who's going to sit on the grants panel. And I intend to request that all of the historic landmarks, the Historic Landmarks District Committee, assign one of their members to sit on a grant panel evaluating the applications for funding. So, questions?
Well,
I would consider this a sort of reinvestment in the town's historic district. For example, Charlestown has a facade grant, but it's only for specific street fronts. So if you live on one of these streets in the overlay district, you can apply for a facade grant. It's not a matching grant. All of these grants would be matching by the homeowner.
Am I to understand, Mr. Burke, that, I'm sorry, this is Nancy Case, Town Council. Am I to understand that once this program is fully enacted and funded, that if a homeowner, Joe Smith, wants to repair their windows, they would apply to the Historic Landmarks Commission for the grant? The Jefferson County, Historic Landmarks, they would go through a grant process through you?
Yes, but I would try to engage with your Historic Landmarks Commission in Harpers Ferry, for example. If an application came in from Harpers Ferry Historic District that you would be able to evaluate, more about the historic structures in the historic district.
Mm-hmm.
We were tasked with creating in the third paragraph we were tasked under the Jefferson County Comprehensive Plan, Jefferson 235, to encourage property owners or support property owners in their efforts to maintain and renovate historic structures by creating a variety of funding mechanisms to support historic preservation, restoration, and adaptive reuse.
It's a wonderful goal and probably much needed. And I guess the last question I have would be, they would maybe apply for the grant, but they still have to go through a permitting process for certain things. in Harpers Ferry. So you would work very closely with whatever permitting entity that might be.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you, sir.
Council member Humes has her hand up.
Yeah, first, I just want to say I know personally that the Eastern West Virginia Community Foundation is a great organization, and in a number of years past, we have received a grant from them for the under the Elks Run Study Committee that was active at the time for riparian plantings. So, and I know they're very astute about giving out these grants. You get a lot of bang for the buck from them. As I understand it, what you're proposing here, it looks like you're providing a helping hand to qualified property owners who may feel that they would benefit from a little bit of a boost of a grant to complete a project.
Yes, the organization that you're referring to is called the Two Rivers Giving Circle.
Oh, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Two Rivers, yeah.
And their mission is to give to historic preservation and conservation programs throughout the Eastern Panhandle. So a person from Morgan County or Berkeley County could apply for grants through the Two Rivers Giving Circle. They also give to historic preservation projects throughout the 3 counties in the Eastern Panhandle. So they have a little different mission. This is specifically for Jefferson County. And once we develop the guide, the grant application in conjunction with the 3 historic district commissions, we'll start accepting grant applications.
Member Petrikunas has his hand.
This is Christian. I do serve in the historic landmarks, and we have been thinking about this type of program for our town for a long time, just ourselves doing it. But it's really great to hear that the county's involved and actually has a program. We're only thinking about it, and you're actually doing it. When they're applying for the grants, would they come through the Historic Landmarks Commission of their community and then to you, or they go directly to you?
That is to be determined.
Okay.
If once we hit this $100,000 goal, which I hope will hopefully be this summer, we'll get all of the commissions together to figure out how we want to run it.
The best way. Okay. There are people of need that have great homes, historic homes, and they're going down because they can't fix them. And so this is a critical.
I think I understand it's a matching grant, meaning, it's a $3,000 cost for the owner, then maybe the grant is a $3,000 match, that kind of thing. I'm sorry, Ed.
To speak to that, I mean, if for example, the homeowner wanted to replace the roof on their house, now this fund is not the one to approach, but this would provide matching money for a historic preservation development grant through the state, which any homeowner in the historic districts could apply for that funding. That's a bricks and mortar, and they like to cover the envelope of the building.
Right.
So, but that's also a matching grant program. So by applying to this fund, you could, have more money to match. So.
Councilmember Wheelis has his hand up.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you, Martin. I have seen your work throughout the county and really appreciate all you do for the county. My only question was, is it, would it be open to contributing structures that are commercially used, or is it just residential?
Yes, any contributing structure within the historic district is eligible under, we haven't set the number of people, but yes, as far as I'm concerned, it would be extended to commercial structures. But they, if you've noticed that in its wisdom, the West Virginia legislature just made permanent the tax credits for both commercial and residential structures.
I like where this is going. I don't know that we have the ability to make a decision tonight because I think we need to make sure with our budget and finance committee and what fund it's coming out of before we actually vote to come up with the money. But I would like to make a motion, if I could, that the matter of an annual contribution of $1,500 to the Jefferson County Historic Preservation Fund be forwarded to the Budget and Finance Committee for further discussion, and that the matter then be brought back to Town Council.
I'll second.
Okay, further discussion?
Yeah, I just wanted,
Okay, Barb, go ahead.
okay, I wanted to ask Martin one more thing. Since this is an endowment, the contributions would be invested in some way to earn a return on the investment that would go into the endowment?
No money, interest rates.
Yes. The reason we chose the Eastern West Virginia Community Foundation is that I participate in the Two Rivers Giving Circle, and basically the 5 volunteers on the Landmarks Commission just didn't want to, make investment decisions for this money. So we're pooling it with their $32 million that they control, and they have committees set up to invest it.
Good.
Did you have a question also, Christian?
Yeah, I was just going to say our next meeting for budget finance is the 25th, the last Tuesday. So we could get this in this month.
Mr. Mayor, you have a first and a second, a motion and a second?
We do. Is there any further discussion?
I don't think so.
Okay, Kevin, would you run a roll call vote on the motion?
Sure. Who made the second on that?
Aye.
Ed did.
Okay. Give me just a second. Okay, Barbara Humes,
Aye.
Jay Premack,
Aye.
Christian Petroconis,
Aye.
Nancy Case,
Aye.
Ed Wheelis.
Aye.
I vote aye. Mayor?
Aye.
Thank you for your information,
Thank
Mr.
you for your time.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
your consideration.
We'll be back in touch.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Martin.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, this puts us back to the treasurer's reports and approvals.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. This evening's financial reports are for the close of March 2021, which marks 3/4 of the fiscal year. Both the general fund and the waterworks approved budget revisions in April. So these March financials do not reflect those budget revisions. On the general fund side, the major income contributors, property tax, B&O, hotel, motel, municipal sales tax, along with parking meter revenue are all tracking right around 75%. In the expenses, the areas that are pushing heavier than 75%, such as snow removal, attorney fees, and treasurer, were addressed in the revision that will be reflected in next month's financials. For the waterworks, the revenue stream is adequately close to the 75% mark, and expenses overall are at 60%. The expense line items being addressed in the revision that will be reflected in next month's financials are plant materials and plant maintenance for contracted services. In this particular report, within line items 675.3 membership dues and subscriptions and 408.1 assessments, there are two items that were paid to the Department of Environmental Protection that have since been recategorized and moved to 631.8 legal fees and studies, where upon further review, they have been historically recorded in past years. And so this correction brings into line 675.3 and 409, and that'll be reflected in next month's report. The water department is going to be reviewing their fiscal 22 budget in their next regular meeting, and we will be requesting a special meeting the last week of May for your approval of that, as it needs to be submitted to USDA by June 1. And just as a final note on the general fund area, you may recall that for fiscal 20 and 21, the First Zion Church had funds approved through the town council in the preservation category of the hotel motel funding, and those items had been accrued and held until First Zion was ready for them. And they reached out to me today and said that they're ready to go. And so we'll begin processing those funds. I just wanted to make you aware that that money would be moving within the next week then. Any questions?
Thank you, Deb.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, anything on item B?
Approval of invoices over 500, Deb?
No, sorry, nothing out of the budget. Yep.
Okay, well, thank you, Deb.
Thank
All
you.
right. You're welcome. And I'm going to convert the chief for you.
Okay. Hello, Chief, are you with us?
There you go.
Hello, guys. How you doing this evening?
Great.
For the month of April 2021, we had one accident. We had no call-outs. We had 4 assists, 40 citations were issued, and we had 52 incidents for the month. I'd also like to add to that we completed our testing for the open position that we have, and I look forward to making that announcement on who I would like to select on the next council, so I could go ahead and get that person started before the month runs out for the next meeting. Any questions?
Any questions for the chief? Comments?
Chief, I have one question. Did you get any assist call outs to the county, to the sheriff's office?
For the county, that was probably the 4 assists that we had to assist them with. That's normally the assist that we have, our county calls.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else for the chief? Okay, well, thank you, Chief. Appreciate your work.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Okay, next item up, ordinance compliance officer report for the month of April.
Is anybody going to give that report, or are we just to review it?
I'd like everybody just to review it.
Okay.
If you have comments, questions.
And Kevin Hamilton, just so you're aware, was invited. There was a medical situation in his family. He was not able to attend this evening.
Okay.
On the first item, the 630 Fillmore Street, I'm happy to see that they've agreed to lower the porch railing. I know it's probably wasn't a fun thing for them to entertain doing, but I'm grateful that they have. And I think when they see it, when it's done, they'll appreciate the front architecture of their home again too, when the railing is lower, as the windows are also lower. I do have a question. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, we did get a letter, an email from the owner, Anne Maria, and she was very appreciative of the way we work with them and on the Historic Landmarks Commission. So it was a very amicable situation, and they didn't realize that the railings, they were thinking of code.
Sure.
We don't have a code. And we explained that to them and how it would look better. And they were good.
That's great. Thank you, Historic Landmarks, for that. And then I have a question on, there's a new house going to be built on West Ridge Street. Where? That's exciting. It's just David Van Deventer, West Ridge, a new home application for
Isn't
construction.
that the one behind where the street repair, the street was extended?
No, that's actually a Putnam address.
Oh, yeah.
So this is somewhere on West Ridge Street, and I just wondered if anybody knew anything about that.
No.
No permit that anybody's seen to know. Okay, well, I guess.
The application, excuse me, Nancy, the application is here in the office if anyone. I mean, it is on the wall here.
Again, I'm not opposed to the application. I think it's very exciting. I just was curious as where on West Ridge Street it was located. Again, it doesn't have an address yet, so I was looking. I'll go look. Never mind. I have no other comments.
Okay, anyone else on the report? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move on to budget and finance.
Okay, C1, we're going to save for the end of the meeting, an executive session. And then on C, where is it? 4C2. This item here, I'm trying to get it open. Oh, now on open. Should have printed these off. Okay. This is a disbursement to the Eastern Panhandle Transit Authority, something we do frequently. They're a really great organization that we support. All I'd say is that I per the motion here, I would move to approve the annual disbursement of funds to the Eastern Panhandle Transit Authority in the amount of $2,000 from line item 759 public transportation.
Okay, is there a second to that?
I'll second it and just ask a quick question. This is already in the budget, is it not?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
But what's interesting, you can get on that thing and travel all over the county, which
Yeah, they're really good.
But you can go just about anywhere you want to go. It's kind of neat. So anyway, is there any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, Kevin, would you run a roll call vote for our disbursement of funds, which is a budget item to the Panhandle Transit Authority?
Sure. Barbara Humes,
Aye.
Jay Premack,
Aye.
Christian Petroconis,
Aye.
Nancy Case,
Aye.
Ed Wheelis.
Aye.
I vote aye. Mayor?
All right. Okay, on to the Water Department. General report.
I'm going to convert your attendees in.
It's like Bill's gotten a haircut.
But he needs orthodontics.
All right, so y'all are on mute. Once you get in, just there you go. All right.
He's right here, Nancy. He can hear you.
Oh, sorry.
He's actually asleep, but
Okay.
all right. Well, we have great news. The water loss for the month was 13.22%. There were several medium-sized leaks that were fixed. We are now participating through the West Virginia Rural Water in the National Department of Labor Apprenticeship Program, a comprehensive program that will help fast track our guys for their Class 2 operator in 2 years. And we're pretty excited about that. We're still working on radio read meter options, looking at that both as a piecemeal project and as a single large infrastructure project. What we're finding out about a lot of these radio read meter programs is they provide incredibly granular metrics that would revolutionize our operation from both leak detection and water conservation and accuracy and recapturing revenue, all of that. But that's still ongoing. We're not at a point where we're ready to pull the trigger on a decision yet. The plant renovation project we'll get to in the engineer's report. The distribution project, which we are undertaking, the first big project of the distribution system renovation will be the Elks Run project, which, as you know, we're moving, or we've heard before, we're moving the distribution lines that come from the plant underneath Bakerton into Elks Run and up the hill. We're moving those to a less precarious position over there, and that's going to require boring under the road, and it's a pretty big project for us. And we are moving along on that. We're using some of the engineering that was already done. We have discovered that there's rock under the road, so we're changing the location, and because the rock adds, 30,000 or more to the price. But that is, there's a meeting, I want to say on next Monday to talk about that plan. So that's moving forward, and we are working with the Park Service because we've changed the location of those pipes from where we were originally going to dig. That triggers quite a bit of paperwork and approvals with the Park Service, and we are working with the Park Service to get those approvals fast-tracked and not reinvent the wheel and start all the way over, which would take more time than I think we have for this project. We're at a point now where it's unlikely that it will perish and fall apart today, but we don't have an infinite amount of time. So for those of you that received the email, we have tried to impress upon the Park Service how urgent it is that we get through this process with them, and they are cooperating. So we've had some good discussions with them. That seems to be underway. We also, at our last meeting, we discussed and approved our desire to have a social media presence for the water utility. And we weren't exactly sure how that process goes, whether we need to make a recommendation to the town council or whether it's simply sitting down with Mr. Carden and discussing how we do that. Because we're just a subdivision of the town, so it would be part of the town's social media presence, I would imagine. But that's we'd like to give our customers a little bit more in-depth information directly and keep them apprised of what we're doing with this renovation project, and give them a chance to tell us some things. We may not want to hear all of those things, but open those lines of communication with our public and be a little bit more out front with them. So if we need to do that as a recommendation and a vote to the town council, please let me know. We just weren't sure how that process happened. And that's about it. Are there any questions?
Bill, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
I think this sort of can go under the context of general report. A question was brought to my attention about the CDL, commercial driver's licenses for vehicles that are exceeding 26,000 pounds gross vehicle weight, which potentially could include the new truck, the trailer, and the digger. I just wanted to, it may not be an issue, but I wanted to convey that.
Can I answer that?
Sure.
Okay, so we checked with the DMV on that. under the amount of weight, the 26,001, we're by approximately, I think it's 4,000 pounds, but it's something that we're well aware of. But yeah, we check with them. That was our big concern, and she said that we are okay on that. When I said 4,000, 2,000 pounds.
Okay.
We're close.
We're close. We are close. We are close, but we're safe. We're safe.
Yeah, we're safe. Good.
I made sure that we are not exceeding. If so, I was going to have to get my guy's CDL license. You know.
Good. I thought about that, and also just the potential for some liabilities and exclusions and insurance and whatnot. So I'm glad we're good. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it was yeah.
Okay, the next item we have is the Corporation of Harpers Ferry Engineers Report for the water treatment facility improvements.
Excuse me, Bill, Bill, Barbara, you
Sure,
had
I'm
your hand
sorry,
up a couple
Barbara.
times there.
I just wanted to close the circle on the previous comment, the previous question that you asked about social media. Is that, Kevin, something that we need to formalize through the council, or can we work through you and get something up on, I guess would be Facebook?
Well, we have Facebook and we have Twitter. I don't know if you were wanting to establish both a Facebook account and a Twitter account, but really, I don't personally own the account. It's owned by the town. So I guess it would be up to the town council, or maybe the office operations committee should make a recommendation. I'm not sure which route we would want to go on that.
Bill, can I share something? I've had a chance to observe two social media specialists in service at the agency I work for, and have gained a huge amount of appreciation for the planning and all the work that goes into curating and developing content. Now, it's a different strategy, but the takeaway is there's definitely a strategy. So I would just encourage, we've already done this, to try and think critically about seeing this thing all the way through, being consistent with postings so that it's something people come back to the water fountain to get on a regular basis, whatnot, and wish you the success.
Yeah, and
And who the administrator of those accounts should be one person, and maybe that's something we can talk about a little bit further on. Seems to me like it should have some oversight, since it is representative of the town, and it would be a social media account or accounts for the Harpers Ferry Waterworks, which is Harpers Ferry. So I think as you get a little bit closer, you may have to come through town council for it.
Yes, yeah, it's not something we would undertake lightly. And Jay's absolutely correct. The strategy would be different than in some settings, but you still have to have a strategy. You have to maintain your content. Messaging is critical. How you handle particular types of posts from customers, all of that's really, and can be very touchy if you're not careful. Mm-hmm. And it can really bite you in the hind end if you don't do it right. Mm-hmm. It's easy to screw up. It's harder to get right.
Okay, thank you.
All right. This is the next item, the engineer's report for water treatment facility improvements. Mayor, would you like me to just read this, or does everybody have a copy?
Just a point of order. There's no, on my agenda 2 is discussion and action on drinking water month.
Oh, geez, I'm sorry.
Drinking water month proclamation.
Yep. I jumped the gun.
And you blew right through that, Bill.
Sorry, that's important. Well, I'm trying to juggle all these PDFs, and I got excited. Barbara, do you
yeah,
want
to? I'll address that. Actually, Drinking Water Week occurred this past week, the first week in May, and we missed it. And it's a very important it's a very important thing that we need to get involved with because we're interested in pursuing a program that West Virginia Rivers is sponsoring, a source water protection. We could become a source water protection community. And we'd be one of the first to do so in the state. It's very similar to the Tree City USA requirements. You have to commit to certain things throughout the year. One being a commitment to celebrating Drinking Water Week with an official proclamation. There's four steps that you would need to take to become a source water protection community. One is to do 2 projects per year. That would be a project like planting trees or educational outreach. If our plant was up, and once our plant gets operational, we could invite, and at one time we were able to invite middle school students down to do water sampling. That's an example of what an outreach project could be. We can't expect to do that until we get our plant now up and running again. But another thing we would need to meet would be having a team that meets with the public at least once a year. And that would be someone like our team could be our water superintendent, the representative from the County Water Advisory Committee, National Park Service would be part of our team. And what they call a demonstrated budget for source water protection. It's not necessarily a dollar amount required, but we would want to be able to identify any funds that we spend on source water protection. So one of the 4 things is having a proclamation. And so we thought getting the proclamation for Drinking Water Month would more than meet that requirement. And so in your packet, we have a proclamation that would be ready for the mayor's signature if you all approve. As I said, it's the first step that we would take towards becoming a source water protection community.
I have a quick question. I think this is wonderful, especially the education part. When we proclaim a month for a specific thing, always gives me a little pause because it's, are we limited in proclaiming anything else in a given month, or are we just being very loose in terms of proclamations?
I'm not sure I follow what you're saying. You mean if we have one proclamation, we can't have another?
That's kind of what I'm getting at, is that we're not limiting ourselves to proclaiming a month as something should not preclude us from proclaiming anything else.
No, it doesn't. No.
Okay.
And in the meanwhile, we have had a number of items that Kevin has posted on our Facebook that celebrates the Drinking Water Week. And it's generalized enough that we can also use them for Drinking Water Month. So we
Is
already,
this proclamation annual, Barbara?
yes, it would be like,
okay.
yeah, like the tree committee has to do.
So this has to be done, because I noticed on the proclamation itself, it is May of 2021. So it's proclamation for just this month alone.
Right.
Okay.
Right. But next year, it could be Drinking Water Week if we get it in advance.
Yeah.
We didn't get this
Got
far
it.
in advance, but everybody could be very happy with Drinking Water Month. So we've gone above and beyond our.
I mean, we could go whole year. We do it every day, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Barbara, do you want to make a motion then?
Sure. I move that we have the mayor sign a proclamation recognizing May 2021 as Drinking Water Month.
I second.
Any further discussion?
Who just made that?
No, I was just, I'm sorry.
Oh.
No, I was just happy. I was happy.
No.
I like the idea. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's thank you, Barbara, for doing that work. And Kevin, I guess you could run a roll call vote on this. But just to add to that, I think that everybody realizes what we have here in Harpers Ferry is something that's incredibly special that a lot of other people don't have, and that's our sources of water with Elks Run and the Old Town Spring, the Potomac River, and then the ability to actually, if we chose to, drill deep wells, which would give us 4 sources of water. And people told me that it's not a really good description of what we have, but I always like to say that it's like the Saudi Arabia of water here in Harpers Ferry, the lowest point in the county. So I think it's something we all can be proud of.
That'll be in the press release, Mayor.
Yeah.
We're the crown. We are the triple crown jewel of drinking water for West Virginia.
And Facebook.
We can be selling that stuff in bottles. So.
I was thinking of that myself.
Yeah.
So,
okay, we had a first and a second here, Kevin.
Was there a second?
Yes.
Who made that?
I seconded it. Barbara made the
Okay.
motion. I seconded it.
I didn't catch that. Sorry.
That's okay. And the motion language is directly from the bottom of the agenda request form.
Okay. Barbara Humes,
aye.
Jay Premack,
Aye.
Christian Petroconis,
Aye.
Nancy Case,
Aye.
Ed Wheelis.
Aye.
I vote aye, Mayor.
Aye. And I'll go ahead and execute this right now.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Just going back to Nancy's question about the proclamation says May 2021. I would suppose that it's just like the Arbor Day proclamation. You're required to issue a new proclamation every year.
Yeah.
And what she was saying is next year, we'll do it ahead of time and be able to do the first week of May as Water Week, as opposed to Water Month, which makes sense. So, hey, Bill, you're
Yep.
back with the engineer's report.
Right. The contractor Alvarez has begun mobilizing equipment, setting up staging areas, job trailers, that sort of thing. They have worked on installing erosion and sedimentation controls, performing exploratory excavation for existing underground utilities, and they have begun excavation for the pre-sedimentation basin concrete work. They're going to continue excavation at the existing pre-sedimentation basin and begin excavation for the new raw meter intake this month. The GDNF, the RPR, Dave Gusky will be beginning full-time on-site inspection duties this month and will be coordinating efforts between Alvarez and Harpers Ferry personnel. GDNF has received and reviewed various submittals such as concrete mix designs, piping and appurtenances, flocculator mixers, electrical, clear well tank, etc. More than half of these submittals have already been reviewed and returned to Alvarez. Alvarez submitted application for payment number 1 in the amount of $69,570. This application has been reviewed and approved by GDNF, and along with monthly engineering costs through March, $2,250, will be submitted to the USDA as part of resolution/requisition number 2, which totals $71,820. This amount should be deposited directly into the corporation's USDA account. At which time payment is received, the corporation will mail checks to Alvarez and GDNF. The first progress meeting will be conducted on site later this month, which is, I believe, on the 27th.
Yes, it is. Can I add to that?
I
I was just gonna also I was going to say is that Dave Gusky, the RPR guy, he arrived today. So he's on site. And today was an important day as far as we were able to switch over our intake from our said basin to go directly from the intake to my filters, or to our filters, which means that we can now bypass the said basin entirely, so they can focus on that and work on that without interruption. So it was a really big day for us, or everybody. Yes.
Good to hear.
And might I add, and I think Deb can verify this, that the payment that was mentioned in the report will be taken up and addressed under 4D4.
I think that's next, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I have it in order this time. Is there a, I have to go back to the, do we have to accept this? Or is the discussion and action only for the resolution?
No, we did the resolution. I think, yeah.
Oh, are you asking if we have to take action on the engineer's report?
Yeah, because it says
Oh.
discussion and action.
I don't think so. I think that there's no action. It was just a report.
That's just the report. We have questions and need information, but it'll be for the actual bill. We'll have to.
Okay.
Go through that.
Gotcha. Just want to make sure. Okay. Resolution number 2 of the town of Harpers Ferry approving invoices related to construction and other services for the water project and authorizing payment thereof. Whereas the town of Harpers Ferry has reviewed the invoices attached hereto and incorporated herein by reference in relation to the construction of the water project funded by the United States Department of Agriculture, and find as follows. Number 1, that none of the items for which payment is proposed have been requested from another source. Number 2, that each item for which the payment is proposed to be paid is or was necessary in connection with the project and constitutes a cost of the project. Number 3, that each of such costs has been otherwise properly incurred. Number 4, that payment for each of the items proposed is due and owing. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Town Council of Harpers Ferry that the payment of the attached invoices as summarized below are hereby authorized and directed. And that's the Gwynn Dobson and Foreman fee of $2,250 and the Alvarez contractors first payment request for $69,570 for a total of $71,820.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty standard schedule of values there, and that you've attached.
Yeah. Can I make a motion?
Yes.
I move to approve resolution number 2 for the water treatment facility improvement project and payment of associated invoices totaling $71,820 to the USDA.
I second.
Okay, is there any further discussion or questions?
I just want to, on budget, being on budget and finance, I want to make sure that this resolution gets attached to those. And I think Deb does this, but I just want to make sure it gets attached to those bills.
Right, to the schedule of values. And
Yeah, so we'll have it on the record.
Right. Well, yeah, it should be.
There's a process for that.
Right.
Okay. Kevin, a roll call vote?
Yeah, just a second. Who was the second on that?
I was again.
Okay, I thought so. I just wanted to make sure. Barbara Humes,
Aye.
Jay Premack,
Aye.
Christian Petroconis,
Aye.
Nancy Case,
Aye.
Ed Wheelis,
Aye.
and I vote aye, Mayor.
Aye, and I just executed this too, so Deb, it's executed here in my office.
Thank you, Mayor. Great, so we're.
I
Shall
think
I?
we're skipping those
Okay, the
three.
next, I think,
executive session.
the 5, 6, and 7,
Yep.
we're going to go to executive
Executive
session.
session.
So I'm going to convert our panelists from the Water Commission back to attendees and bring in Mr. Weiscarver.
Okay, Chris and Bill, thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, planning committee.
Hang on. Give it a second to sync up. Okay, Tim, can you hear us? You'll need to unmute. Tim, unmute. There we go.
Oops.
Can you hear us okay, Tim? Ah,
Yes.
perfect.
Hello.
Awesome.
Hi. I'm up, huh?
Yep, you're on.
Okay.
You're on.
All right. Good evening. So this is a sort of report request. First thing is the nominations to the tree committee. I'm not sure if I'm passing them on in the correct manner, but essentially we had a meeting on the 20th and we voted to renew Christy Huddle for a 2-year reappointment. Mr. Kevin Kosa for a 2-year reappointment to the tree committee, and Mr. Jim Jenkins for a 2-year appointment to serve as the planning commission's voting representative to the tree committee. So I think that I'm supposed to pass that on to you and ask you to approve those folks. Is that standard operating procedure?
Well, I would say typically what we'd have this on the agenda, I guess, for appointments. Kevin, what are your thoughts?
I put it on the agenda, but it was altered. I put it on the agenda for appointments as listed as an appointment in the agenda request, and I wrote everybody on the town council.
He does have on the meeting agenda request appointment to tree committee. PDF attached.
Just a second. I do believe that we approve the planning commission's recommendation. So give me just 2 seconds. It's been a while since I've done this.
While we're waiting, Tim, can I ask if who is currently, if anyone from the planning commission, who's the voting representative to the tree committee?
Yeah, I wish you hadn't asked that. It's me.
Okay.
And I actually, I was appointed because there was nobody else and I didn't do a very good job, frankly. So I resigned. and so Jim Jenkins has graciously volunteered to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Unfortunately, I failed to write down who is being nominated, Tim.
Christy Huddle for a 2-year reappointment ending December 2022. Mr. Kevin Kosa for a 2-year reappointment ending December 2022. Mr. Jim Jenkins for a 2-year appointment ending December 2022. Mr. Jenkins serves as the Planning Commission's voting representative to the tree committee.
Okay. I think we have to do these one at a time, don't we, Kevin?
Oh, well, it's not on the agenda. It's not on our agenda for appointment.
I know.
We can't do it.
I know. Okay,
Unfortunately.
I don't know why it was, changed, Tim, but please put it back on the agenda, just as you've written for June.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right.
I would make it a separate agenda request item all its own instead of being included on the as part of the report. Because I think that's why it got looked over.
Okay, I don't know how that's possible, but I will do that.
I know, because you do have the attachment, the PDF attachment that says appointment to the tree committee, but word it discussion and action on appointments to tree committee.
Okay, all right, I'll
Thank you,
do that.
sir.
Yeah,
So-
I think the problem may have occurred when the subject was called Planning Commission Report
Yeah.
instead of appointment to tree committee.
Right.
That was where the problem began.
Okay,
So is there any possibility that it could be put on the on that last week of May, just to move it along faster? Or does it have to be in a regular meeting?
No,
Excuse
it
me.
can be in a
We
special
can do it
meeting.
in a special
So
meeting.
maybe we could include that when we do the water budget, just to keep things moving.
Great.
Good idea.
I'll try to make a note of that. Yep.
okay. So the second thing I was going to report about was the committee is informed to work on the comprehensive plan. And Ms. Mead Curry and Mr. George Owens Ms. Mead Curry gave a report, and at this point, at least at the time of her report, the only other member that was on the committee was Mr. George Owens, but by name. But I think that they are working on getting lots of members to that task force. The third thing I wanted to talk about was the tree committee itself and what they're interested in. They presented us with some changes to the ordinances on the tree committee, and we couldn't make any headway on that. But I'm hoping in the next meeting that we'll be able to just approve the changes that was recommended by Christie, and then forward them on to the town council, because ultimately you're going to have to agree to the changes because it's going to be in the ordinances. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. And then the last thing, I'll try and keep this short, is actually if I could get some advice, because I'm faced with a kind of conundrum. And let me try to start it like this. I received an agenda request for the last meeting that the subject of which was traffic and public disturbance in Putnam Street and Franklin Street area, and recommending that a public survey and be done to alter the public survey, and something else be done to alter the traffic patterns. And I rejected that agenda request on the grounds that I couldn't see where in the ordinance that governs us, Article 133, that this was any business of the planning commissions. And so I now want to make an argument that somebody could make as to why it should be. And that goes to the general charge where I'm going to read it to you, that the planning commission is responsible that congestion in the public streets may be lessened or avoided, and that the public health, safety, comfort, morals, check that out, convenience, and general public welfare may be promoted. So that's in the paragraph on creation and objectives. And so the conundrum is, it seems to me that in the wording that describes the planning commission, almost anything is our business.
Yeah.
And that could be having to do with zoning or something that in practice we would have nothing to do with. And so I'm wondering how you all think about how I should think about entertaining agenda requests that don't seem to be out of our scope, and yet seem to be covered by sort of promoting the general welfare. Does that make sense?
What you're saying makes perfect sense,
And
actually.
so this has not happened, and this is actually happening with the current one that Christian is going to talk about. The same kind of sort of puzzlement as, well, gee, is this our, I mean, I kind of think it isn't, but other people think it is, and so I'm not quite sure how to think about that properly.
Is that definition of the planning commission ours, or is that a state?
No, this is in the ordinance. I'm reading
I know it's in our ordinance, but did we take this from the state?
That I don't know.
I think that's the administrative section,
Yeah.
the 100.
133, and you can
This is
assume that
13301.
yeah, and you can assume that it's taken directly from state language.
Yeah, and by the way, we're responsible for morals here, people.
Okay, well, you better get
How
on
about
it.
that? I just found that out. How do you
All
like
right,
that?
so I do agree that the planning commission ultimately is responsible for a town's development and well-being and basically everything it says, and those first eight or I guess it's 11 bullets. The oversight of traffic falls squarely to the police department and the mayor. But if there was a request for a study, I guess the question I have is, who's going to do the study? Who's going to pay for the study? And the town council may well have to approve such a study if it requires funding.
Uh-huh.
Because the planning commission doesn't have that kind of budget right now.
Right. So here's what I'm taking away from what you're saying, that when this agenda request for the about the traffic and public disturbance, I should have put it on the planning agenda, and that what we could have done was to let the person who give a talk about what was troubling him, and then pass it on up to the town council as sort of, okay, here's what somebody,
right.
here's what a citizen presented to us. Does that probably sounds like what you think I should do?
I don't think that the planning commission can have a study for every single person who has a concern about public traffic patterns. You only have so many streets in Harpers Ferry. I don't know enough about what this person is recommending, but it's not like streets are going to be closed. It's not like you can redirect traffic. So again, I don't know what this person is recommending. I don't know who this person is, but I hesitate to even open that can of worms. Otherwise, you may have a study per week.
Right. No, I get you. I guess I'm still back and just trying to decide, whether to put it on our agenda, the planning commission agenda, or and that maybe I shouldn't have said, well, it's not in our purview. I'll put it on the agenda and then leave it to us to say, well, hopefully we would say, well, maybe we shouldn't send that up to the planning town council. Maybe we should, send it someplace else, or.
Well, Tim, I think it's perfectly within your rights or the planning commission's rights to entertain this person's concerns that may have valid and serious reason to bring it up, and that the planning commission could debate that. And if the planning commission felt that it needed to rise to a higher level, then because of the seriousness of what it may portend, you could bring it to the town council then.
Okay.
Right,
Well-
there's a difference between something being a very subjective, I'm not happy with this, versus a health
Right.
hazard or a safety
Right.
hazard.
Right,
And-
right,
Exactly.
right.
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 I think if the public disturbance is unlawful behavior, then
That's
they
police
should seek
officer.
the police to help.
Chief Brown, call 'em.
Yeah, I know
They're-
those
they're
are.
not, they're not uncomfortable with the volume of traffic at the intersection. That's
Yeah, yeah.
different
No,
story.
I'm just trying to figure out exactly how I should think about any agenda request. I'm the one that sets the agenda in the planning commission, and I want to be fair to anybody that makes an agenda request. And so it's a kind of conundrum as to sometimes as to whether I should reject it or just say, okay, well, we'll put it on there. So I think,
that unless you know more that we're not hearing, I agree with
Yeah.
Barbara. You should always hear of residents or citizens' concerns.
okay,
Whether or not those concerns rise to the level of
Yep.
whether the planning commission or the town council will address them is another matter.
Right.
Waiting to be heard yet.
yep. Okay.
Kevin,
Well,
you have a look of consternation on your face. What up?
I'm reading state code right now. I'm trying to determine whether state code addresses that provision that Tim read to us about the, what was it? Congestion in the public streets. And
Maybe
I don't-
lessened or avoided, and the public health, safety, comfort, morals, convenience, and general public welfare may be promoted.
Yeah, I don't see that anywhere. I'm looking in 8A land use planning, and I don't see that.
Really? Because it would be one of the very first things that.
It's
is under
definitely not
recreation.
in, it's definitely not in 8A-2, which addresses planning commissions directly. I'm looking right now in comprehensive plan, and I don't see it there either. Although there are things that are sort of related to that, I don't see that directly.
Okay,
Well, ordinance review probably ought to check on that. Because I think most of those 100 level ordinances are straight from state code.
state code. That's why if you're not in a section of state code that has the creation of the planning commission, that's where it would be. In the
Yeah,
state code.
and it's not there.
Wow.
It's not there. That's
Okay.
8A-2. It's not
Okay.
there.
And by the way, we don't know enough of what you're reporting because we haven't heard what this person is saying. But when I think of congestions in the streets, I'm thinking of people loitering and people, I see that as different than just traffic patterns. One's a police matter and the other is a planning commission matter. But either way.
It may go back. I think there was some, well, I know there were complaints from the neighbors back there about continuing public urination and
That's morals.
There you
Wait.
well, I'm not finding it funny right now. We've had a lot of
No,
complaints
I'm
about
sorry.
public urination back there. because
I'm sorry.
people are- well, when you stop laughing, I'll continue.
Okay, I can't help it. Sorry.
That people are complaining because of public urination in the neighborhoods. It's a public health and safety issue, I guess.
And that's a
Yeah.
police matter.
Yeah.
That's not
Yeah,
a
it is
planning
a
commission
police
matter.
matter.
That's a policing matter
Well,
because it's against the law.
it may very well be a mayor and police matter.
Okay.
If it's public safety and health, we'll look into that with the police department. We're not going to close the street because the residents couldn't get to their home.
Right.
However, there could be measures taken to limit the reports of public urination back there and other things. So we'll look into that.
Wasn't that already done with the police vehicle being posted there for some
Yeah,
months?
but that is correct. There was a police vehicle posted back there, unmanned, that was to act as a deterrent. It's now been moved due to the general mowing season of the roads and such back there. So anyway, I'll look into that again with the police chief because as I understand it, people, and it goes back, this is going on too long now, but it went back to people being directed back there because they thought they were being directed to downtown. It had to do as a GPS matter, and then it had to do with COVID and people not knowing where to go to the bathroom. Remember, we had it up and down Washington Street and other places in our community too. So I'll look into it again with the police chief.
So just to finish, what I'm taking away from this is that in terms of entertaining agenda requests, that the operation should be more liberal rather than conservative. That is because the planning commission could always, we could hear the presentation, and then we could always say, well, you should go to talk to the police, or you should do this, or you should do that, or we could send it up to the town council. So I'm taking away that sort of entertain all agenda requests.
Of this nature, I would say yes, and I think the council agreed to that. If someone's coming in and asking you to, asking you for a picnic permit, on it may be obvious that
Right.
something like this. I think we need to hear out whoever it was, because
Yep, that makes sense.
Might
That's
we
good.
move on to the next item? We
Yep.
have still a lot on our agenda left.
Yeah, we do.
Sorry.
Okay. Anything else?
I just want to add, there is something about congestion and comprehensive plan in state code about lessening congestion. That's all.
Okay, I think we had there was another item on discussion and action on the creation of the Washington Street Sidewalk Restoration Committee.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up.
Go for it.
Go for it. All right. So this is a topic that's near and dear to me, is sidewalks. I've been kind of thinking about them hard myself last summer. I brought up in the park when I joined the parking committee, I put together a report for an overview about our parking situation. And I always felt the sidewalks were a little bit involved with the parking. They're the people need to leave their cars and go on the sidewalks. So I started addressing the sidewalk situation further there in that committee. And then I mentioned a bit of it, that what I was doing to the planning commission, and the planning commission felt that this needs to be elevated further to a committee. And I talked to Nancy Case, who reminded me that I need to bring this in front of the town council. So now it is in front of the town council. This would be a committee of a few people in town, much like the parking committee, a small committee, ad hoc, focused on the Washington Street sidewalks. Restoration of them would be the focus there. So this committee, here it is. We may have to, I'm doing research at this point only, looking at restoring some of the sidewalks, repairing some of them, which is a little different than restoring, and replacing if need be. And we're looking at the options. I have done work with some contractors to look at, to get us kind of the ball moving in that direction, to get an idea of costs as well as what's involved. No commitments have been made with anybody. So the planning commission felt that we should start this committee. 2 people have volunteered. That was myself and George Owen. So this committee would report to the planning commission at this point. But Washington Street, I think most of us are aware, they're not safe. A lot of the streets got a lot of level changes within them, some major cracks. And one of the sidewalks is just horrible. The brick one on the Washington, the side where the Methodist church is over there, is really bad. So I just feel like, I personally feel like this is really, really important for the town, for not only the residents, but visitors, for their safety. So I want to start this ad hoc committee.
So we have a few hands raised. Councilmember Case and Premack.
Go ahead.
Great idea on the committee. It's long overdue, and we're in desperate need of it. So I'm definitely going to support forming the ad hoc committee. I hope that you'll start researching with the Recovery Funds Act. They've now opened those grant monies
Oh,
up
good. Okay.
to infrastructure improvements.
Okay.
And I would recommend, I don't know if you've spoken with him, but Storm DiCostanzo has expressed a real interest, and I think he would be a great person to get on your committee.
Okay. Oh, love it.
Okay.
Nancy, you done?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I lowered my hand.
Sure. Just adding to that, I wanted to encourage going out of your way to make sure to have public input. I, to this day, still hear complaints about a large infrastructure project that this town had that some are not pleased with the outcome, and that, for better or for worse, but still, I think the open dialogue, and I'm hearing, or at least intuiting, that the idea is that the majority, if not all, funds for these restorations would come from federal grants.
No.
How
No.
much? How much? I mean, what I warn is, as we've talked about over the, I guess the many months, is taking a holistic approach to solving a lot of the infrastructure issues that Harpers Ferry faces, which includes roads, surface water mitigation, management.
Right.
And so I just want to make sure that this is not going to eclipse those in the context of what's critical for long-term infrastructure and short-term infrastructure needs. And when it comes to resources, as we talked about on budget and finance, there has not been a lot of proactive earmarking of money for future project use. And so this is a wonderful endeavor, although I just think it's important to, as far as you guys are pushing forward, to think very carefully about how it fits into the larger puzzle, which is thoughtful planning and financial planning as well, because we can't just throw money at whatever is the thing we're most excited about. And not that that's the case here. It's just we've got a lot of other stuff, and I hope that we can take a patient but proactive approach. So thank you for your efforts.
You're welcome. I see it as a safety issue, but I agree. We need to have probably a bigger plan through budget and finance to look at all big projects that will. There may be money coming from the federal government, like Nancy's pointing out. We need to be kind of ready for it. Instead,
It's not going to come. You have to go out there and get it.
Ready. I mean, we've got to have contractors in line. These people are not easy to get, and to find the right people takes time. So that's why I want to formalize this committee for this purpose.
Chris, I have one more question for you. The section of sidewalk going into Lower Town, when you actually walk past the Shorebridge property, which has a pretty substantial drop off and no railings.
Right.
The decay of the railings, are those the types of things that are being considered? Because
that
is a legitimate safety issue right now, where someone could fall.
It is a legitimate safety issue. I was focused more on the sidewalks because they got damaged. The brick sidewalks got damaged this past winter between the salting and the snow blower and they're getting damaged. We have to ongoing maintenance on them, but the railing can be part of it. I can tell you, it needs to be done because it's not there; it's missing.
Thanks.
So I don't. I can make this motion that I move that the town council create an ad hoc committee for Washington Street sidewalk restoration and improvement, repair, replace, to review, repair, and replacement options. My recommendation is that the first two members of the committee are Christian and George Owen, Christian Petroconis and George Owen, but it doesn't say anything about appointments on our agenda, Kevin. So,
Right.
but when you create a committee, we have to create with somebody to start it, right?
Uh,
Or should we wait for the appointments to the next?
Well, I did
meeting?
mention it in the agenda. Not in the agenda item, but we can start the committee.
Tonight, I'm going to recommend the creation of the committee. And on the 25th, will you make a agenda request for appointments to the committee, Christian?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
And the
so
committee
I-
of the planning commission,
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Reporting to, that's,
to the
Report
planning,
to
of the planning commission,
but ultimately to town council.
Yes.
to prepare a recommendation for council.
Mhm.
my note is that the reporting to the planning commission, this committee.
All right, I'll make the motion one more time. I move that the town council create an ad hoc committee, the Washington Street Sidewalk Restoration Committee, to study the Washington Street sidewalk restoration, repair, and replacement options. Committee will report to the planning commission and ultimately to town council.
Second that.
Okay, there's a second. Is there any further questions or discussion regarding that subject? If not, Kevin, would you run a roll call vote on that, please?
who was the second there? That was Jay.
Yes.
Okay.
Barbara Humes,
Aye.
Jay Premack,
Aye.
Christian Petroconis,
Aye.
Nancy Case,
Aye.
Ed Wheelis.
Aye.
I vote aye, Mayor.
Aye. Okay, moving on. Ordinance Review Committee.
Kevin, you want to take this as chair, or you want me to, since I submitted all three requests?
Yeah, I'll let you do that. I think
Okay.
you're going to do a better job of explaining it than I will.
I will do my best. All three of these requests, the first one is for the planning commission, the second one is for the BZA, and the third is for appeals to the BZA. All three of them are minor changes that are correcting our ordinances to comply with state code and to align with state code. So the first one is planning commission, 133.02. Simply put, it says that the nomination for the planning commission membership shall be made by the mayor appointed, and I'm sorry, made by the mayor and confirmed by town council. That is inaccurate. The ordinance review committee met and voted to amend to read nominations for planning commission membership shall be appointed and confirmed by the town council. My motion is to approve the first reading of an ordinance 2021-03, Harpers Ferry Codified Ordinance Article 133 Planning Commission, specifically Article 133.02A5, membership as amended and presented.
I'll second.
Okay, discussion. I had a question that would relate maybe to each one of these. Did we get a legal look over these, or are we deciding what we've read in state code? Could we have our legal counsel look at these to see if we're, in compliance, not in compliance, or?
The only one we had our legal counsel, I submitted a question to was 1328, the last one. And his recommendation was we need to tweak that to correct it. So that's all he said. Yes, when I asked the question, I can send you all the email. When I asked the question, he said, yes, we probably need to tweak that. So we're not there yet. The other two, we're relying on state code.
Mhm. Yeah,
Because they're very clear
directly
cut.
from state code.
That was my only question. The elected officials, if you're good with this, then certainly we'll go to a vote after a motion and a second, and we'll do that. My question was, had legal counsel looked at all three?
Not all three, 1328.
Okay, back to item 1. We had a motion and a second, correct?
Yep.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, Kevin, run a roll call on that.
I have to read this. Give me just a second. It's for FI.
While we're waiting for that, I will have one item under discussion before we vote. we had a very robust debate about the accuracy of these two. And so I feel comfortable that we're doing the right thing.
Okay, good.
Okay, so this is ordinance number 2021-03, an ordinance to amend Article 133 of the codified ordinances of Harpers Ferry to align with West Virginia Code. Barbara Humes,
Aye.
Jay Premack,
Aye.
Christian Petroconis,
Aye.
Nancy Case,
Aye.
Ed Wheelis.
Aye.
I vote aye, Mayor.
Aye. Item 2.
Is Article 134 BZA. Under the establishment objectives for the purpose of hearing and determining appeals and reviewing any order, requirements, decision, or determination made by an administrative official or board charged with the enforcement of any ordinance or rule and regulation regarding. Currently, our ordinances read the use of land or premises within the incorporated areas of the town, and it continues. The Ordinance Review Committee met and is recommending the change in the third sentence. Enforcement of any ordinance or rule and regulation regarding the zoning within the incorporated areas of the town. The next portion is in 134.08, powers and duties and authority. A sentence really just got truncated. It got left off. Currently, our ordinances read, hear, review, and determine appeals from an order, requirement, decision, or determination made or rule and regulation adopted pursuant thereto. The recommended change is hear, review, and determine appeals from an order, requirement, decision, or determination made by the Planning Commission or an administrative official charged with the enforcement of a zoning ordinance or rule and regulation adopted pursuant thereto. My motion to approve the first reading of ordinance 2021-04, Harpers Ferry Codified Ordinance Article 134 BZA, specifically Article 134.01 Establishment and 134.08A Powers, Duties, and Authority as amended and presented.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Is there anything here? Again, I just asked that the legal counsel, and you've already answered that, had reviewed these and were thorough with them and they were okay with them. That was my only question.
Legal counsel did not review this one. The ordinance review, 3 members of the Ordinance Review Committee, as Barbara said, did review and had robust conversation and voted to move this forward to town council.
Right, and again, this came directly from state code.
Okay, and Councilwoman Humes, do you have any discussion or comment on that?
No.
Okay, that's a simple nothing. No. Okay, hearing no further questions or discussion, a roll call vote.
Okay, motion is to approve first reading of ordinance number 2021-04, an ordinance to amend Article 134 of the codified ordinances of Harpers Ferry to align with West Virginia Code. Barbara Humes,
Aye.
Jay Premack,
Aye.
Christian Petroconis,
Aye.
Nancy Case,
Aye.
Ed Wheelis.
Aye.
I vote aye, Mayor.
Aye. Item 3.
Article 1328 appeals. 1328-01, currently our ordinances read an appeal from any order, requirement, decision, or determination made by a decision-making body or official of the town under this zoning ordinance shall be filed with the Board of Zoning Appeals. That is inaccurate. An appeal, Ordinance Review Committee is recommending that it align with state code to read an appeal from any order, requirement, decision, or determination made by the Planning Commission or an administrative official charged with the enforcement of a zoning ordinance or rule and regulation adopted under this zoning ordinance shall be filed with the Board of Zoning Appeals. The next item under 1328 is B, specifically B2. be filed within 30 days of the written order, requirement, decision, or determination made. Once again, currently it says a decision-making body or official of the town. The recommended wording is determination made by the planning commission or an administrative official charged with the enforcement of a zoning ordinance. And item C, upon request of the Board of Zoning Appeals, the decision-making body is how it currently reads. It should read, upon request of the Board of Zoning Appeals, the planning commission or administrative official shall transmit all documents. My motion is to approve the first reading of ordinance 2021-05, Harpers Ferry Codified Ordinance, Article 1328 Appeals, specifically Articles 1328.01A, 1328.01B2, and 1328.01C, appeal to BZA as amended and presented.
I second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Questions. Could you just walk me through again? You lost me a little bit on the administrative authority in this. You mentioned the planning commission, I think, and the is it still the ordinance compliance officer or the mayor or mayor's designee, or is that being changed?
Actually, it could be any one of those four, because any one of those four are decision-making authorities. Primarily, it's the planning commission and the ordinance compliance officer. That's what we call them appliances when you try to. Anyway, the mayor also has the ability to make those kind of administrative official determinations, as would your designee, if you had one.
So who's if there's a kind of a hierarchy there, are they all equal, or are they does someone have a greater authority in this?
I think the town council does, but they have to be appealed to the circuit court rather than the BZA, right?
Right. Basically, the big change in this and why this came to light is the big error is it says that if somebody wanted to, they could appeal any order or decision made by a decision-making body. And how that reads is if the town council decided to do something, somebody could appeal to the BZA, and that's just inaccurate.
Okay. Are there any other further questions, comments? Okay. Then you have a first and a second. Take that to a vote, please.
Okay, this is approval of first reading of ordinance number 2021-05, an ordinance to amend Article 1328 of the codified ordinances of Harpers Ferry to align with West Virginia Code. Barbara Humes.
Aye.
Jay Premack.
Aye.
Christian Petroconis.
Aye.
Nancy Case.
Aye.
Ed Wheelis.
Aye.
I vote aye, Mayor.
Aye. Okay, on to organizations and other reports. Unfinished business. Update on Corporation of Harpers Ferry response to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Well, I was going to discuss one. So this is this is signage that we have in town. Much of this signage was put up during the COVID time. We're beginning to emerge out of this time, or I would call post-COVID period of time. And I really think some of the signs we have are no longer needed. In particular, I took photos of, I don't know if you all seen them, but I took photos of some of the signs. The first one that's a problem, and it's probably against state law, is the one on Union and Washington Street. Has a directional sign. Now, from what I'm reading in the state law, you can't put a directional sign under a stop sign. The stop sign is considered the highest of the hierarchy of signs, and it's never, another sign is not put with this sign. So I have a problem with that sign first of all, and it's not even our sign. I believe that's in Bolivar. So I do believe our town is not properly signed. If you go a little, there's another photo with the sign that could be construed as the sign of Harper's Ferry. That's straight ahead from that intersection. When people come up on Union, they'll go past that stop sign a little bit and they'll look forward and they will see that sign and think that Franklin, that's where Harper's Ferry is. Whereas really, most people really want to go right to the historic district. I suggest either changing this sign. It's about to fall down. If you've checked it out, it's rotting. The posts are almost gone. The frame is disappearing. This sign needs to be replaced. And I would put some sort of a directional sign here in this area where it directs people to the historic district of Harper's Ferry with an arrow. But this sign, I think, is confusing people. That's why they go into Franklin. And then when you go into Franklin, you're going to see two signs that are definitely not friendly, and they're residential traffic only. And there's two of them. And I really feel that they need to be removed. They're just not conducive to the community, and they're definitely not friendly to our neighbors in Bolivar. This is resident traffic only. This would be construed as Harper's Ferry Road. The other is the multiple dead end signs. There's 3 of them. I think we could select one or change the sign to no outlet, something else. I think a lot of this stuff happened during COVID period when a lot of people were coming to town. We were getting an inordinate amount of people. And that's where we had issues with public bathrooms in the woods. It wasn't just there, it was throughout the town. I think this period is kind of waning, and I think we just need to get a little bit back to so I suggest these 2 signs as well be moved and select one dead end sign. Pick one. All streets get traffic, and we can't stop people from going through our streets. They're public streets. You can't do this. And I also think these temporary signs, that especially when they go underneath an existing sign already, saying the same thing. Let's pick one. I would suggest the ones we already have.
Yeah, that's just an unauthorized sign. And I agree. I would task someone with taking down the directions to Harper's Ferry or something, direction to Harper's Ferry under the stop sign. That needs to go. The residential traffic only sign, I would remove them. I don't even think that they were authorized in their placement of being put up. I don't recall town council ever voting on it. The 2 dead end signs, I would remove the second one down, leave the brown sort of historic colored one.
Well, there's another one on the other side of the street.
I know. You only need one. One works. We got sign overload going on in Harper's Ferry right now.
So have a couple hands up, Council Member Humes and Cardin.
Well, I can see where having 2 signs kind of overkill, but for residential traffic only, but the brown one is faded and is hard to read, whereas the other one is very clear and
pick one. Yeah.
Well, they say different things. The brown one says residential parking only. And the things that say residential traffic only are just wrong.
Those are public streets.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, you're right. They do say 2 different things. So.
Right. So I would encourage those to just be removed. Leave the residential parking only.
Yeah, they could be that. Sure.
Well, I do have a comment. You mentioned about they're not friendly, and you had mentioned that we had bathrooms and stuff set up adjacent to the town hall here during the pandemic. But I think that the residents who live back there are looking for a solution because that's where the complaints are coming from traffic going back there, and then there's no place to go, and then they park, and then they use the people's yards back there for bathrooms. So I know it probably makes people feel good. I guess some of these signs are not authorized and were a sign of the times during the pandemic, but I think the problem still lies back there when the signs come down.
Well, they would also lie on Fillmore and Gilmore, and I mean, who picks and choose which streets are residential or residential only? And one of the things that people love to do when they come to Harpers Ferry is drive and look at the historic houses, whether they're on.
I'm not
Putnam or-
arguing that we have signage for residential parking only, correct? I mean, we have those.
Yes.
Right.
Right, and those are enforceable by ticketing and towing or whatever it is enforced there. I guess what I'm trying to say is I know that the residents, I think they even have, well, they've been upset about what continues to happen in their neighborhood back there. And I think that some of these temporary signs probably were meant to try to help that. And for sure, I'm not so sure that it did or didn't, but when we use the word friendly, we're a friendly community, but I don't think the residents think it's friendly that people are doing what I described earlier in the meeting.
Again, it's an enforcement issue. There's two big differences here. You know what, if you got people still using the bathroom, then, and we know it's happening up there, then that's an enforcement issue. But you don't like close streets to make residents happy. I mean, residents should know when they move to a tourist town, there's going to be people who drive on their streets.
Well, I would
their
think to
streets.
agree that people will drive on the streets. I guess they're upset about what I had mentioned.
Enforcement.
Well, it's the enforcement and what's actually happening in plain view in their community.
So we have a couple hands up, Ricardo Corden and Council Member Premack.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate all the comments that have been made so far. What's going on back there is a problem, but as Nancy said, it's an enforcement problem. It's not a vehicular traffic problem, really. And it's unfortunate that it's happening. A solution needs to be found to it, but this is not the right solution by putting up these signs. These signs, if we were even able to enforce this residential traffic only sign, that would preclude delivery trucks from going to those areas. So if somebody got something from UPS or FedEx, they couldn't deliver stuff to these people's houses. But on top of that, we have an obligation to uphold the MUTCD requirements for traffic signs, Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which is a legal mandate under federal and state law that signs have to meet certain specifications. These signs don't meet those specifications. The brown signs don't meet those specifications, as a matter of fact, because those are only allowed in certain areas such as state parks and federal parkland. But they present an eyesore. And I agree with Christian that some of these signs definitely need to come down. But we have to, at some point, determine, what do we do after that? How do we enforce the problems that are going on, or the other issues for why those signs were put up? The sign below the stop sign on Union Street there is definitely a violation of traffic law. First of all, because we put it up outside of our jurisdiction. But second of all, Christian is right. Stop signs are a priority. I can't remember the term from the MUTCD. I used to be in charge of that for my hometown when I worked for my hometown. But stop signs have priority over everything else. And yes, you can't put anything else below a stop sign other than like a four-way placard. You can put street name signs above a stop sign. but even that's not recommended anymore. Those should be on a separate post. So we have to be very careful about what signs we have, the specifications that they're not meeting, and why they were put there in the first place, and how to address those issues.
What's the other little sign you took a picture of there next to the stop sign or under the stop sign, Christian? What is that in the public?
Well, that's people putting up, that's Snallegaster. So various places businesses put signs up in the ground.
Is that okay?
Check with Bolivar, because that belongs to Bolivar, I think.
That's Bolivar, yeah.
I don't put it in Harper's Ferry because it's not okay.
It's roughly not.
But they may have gotten
Political
approval.
political signs even are not okay. That's
Right.
right.
So I have, oh, I'm sorry, Jay, you have your hand up.
Thanks. Just 1 second. So I think this is a great conversation. Kevin had brought this up in a larger issue months ago, and the council kind of, I guess we all collectively sort of kicked the can a little bit down the road out of some concern that making an action without a solution to replace speed limit signs, which were brown, with the appropriate ones at the appropriate heights. I think that should be something that we address now. With respect to the issues of public urination and car turning around, I do agree. It's unfortunate, but the signs are not the solution. That's not the appropriate solution. That's an administrative issue. That's a police issue. The stop signs, being the sort of the signs that you should not mess with. I remember, gosh, it's almost a year ago. I spoke to the District 5 engineer about signs and specifically stop sign heights, and there's state requirements which specify the height that those signs should be at. And I would say the vast majority of our signs hover around 4 feet off the ground. I'd have to look. I think they're supposed to be about 7.
Eight.
Right.
But actually, there is a codicil to that. Whenever you're going downhill on a steep grade, if you have a sign that says 8 feet, you can't see it. So if the slope of the stop is on downhill, that's why you see some of those lower, but that still probably has a code for what it needs to meet. Even on a downhill grade.
There are probably more than at least half a dozen that sit on flat ground that are low. There's one on Fillmore by Mr. Jenkins' house that sits so low that you can't even see it when you drive up to the intersection. So we've got, the blight of signs to deal with, and also the actual fixing of what needs to be fixed. So this is almost a subcommittee that needs to manage this thing, which I'm not volunteering for, but I will be happy to pass along the actual reference to the engineering from the highway department.
I have one quick question when you're done, and then I'm ready to make a motion on at least the signs we have before us tonight. The quick question
I'm not quite done, Nancy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. The last one's actually I think the thing that's almost most important. Christian, when you mentioned the location of the Harper's Ferry sort of welcome sign, which is a poultry welcome sign, I think it's an opportunity.
It's a sister city sign.
Right.
Well, my suggestion is this is an opportunity for Harper's Ferry to connect with Bolivar and place a welcome to our community down on Union Street at the entrance to our community. And I would hope that our fellow members on the council in Bolivar would be inclined to potentially explore that, because we would talk about bridging our communities, because we really are one. We're divided by a road. I would encourage us to.
That's a good idea. I like that.
Well, and I was getting ready to ask the same question about that sign, Jay, which is that is the sister community sign to a Canadian, I think it's called Kent or something like that.
Chatham Kent, Ontario.
Chatham Kent.
And there's a historic reason why we are a sister city with Chatham Kent. It has to do with the slavery. But,
okay, so that sign may not need to be thrown away if it's still clean. Maybe it can go deeper into the park there, just so that people
it could go to the
read it
right
in the park. But even at that location, Jay, is your idea is a good idea is to partner with a historic sign, maybe that looks like ours or something that has Bolivar and an arrow in that direction and Harper's Ferry and an arrow in that direction, whatever. but even just moving that Sister City sign deeper into the little park there.
What is wrong with it? I don't understand what's.
Well, people come up to Union at the Union intersection of Washington, and when they see that sign,
They think
your
that's
first
the
thought
entrance.
is, "Oh, welcome to Harper's Ferry." Go straight, and now they're
Right.
going into the residential area.
Yeah, we're trying to avoid that.
And so that's I can see clearly now for the first time that if I was sitting at Union Street, I might think straight ahead is Harper's Ferry instead of turning right. You don't know about that historic Harper's Ferry sign until you turn right.
You
Correct.
could also just make the sign in French.
That'll throw them off.
Just put up some more signs, that's all.
So anyway, rather than taking the Sister City sign down, perhaps moving it deeper in the park.
Well, that bottom piece is totally rotted. I just squished it with my hand. I mean, the whole thing's faded out. It needs to be rebuilt.
Maybe it could be rebuilt. Maybe it should be, I'm sure it was installed for a very, very good reason as to why the town did it. So before we throw away.
Oh, I don't want to throw it away.
It should
we
be
have to repair
repaired and rehung, and there could be a ceremony and people could
Okay.
gather around it and talk about
Who put it up, by the way? Did the ladies club, women's club put it up? Who put it up? The
I think
town?
it might have been the women's club, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Anyway, I'd like to make a motion on these signs.
All right.
All right. First motion, I'm gonna make them all together. I motion that you remove the sign under the stop sign, that you remove and take down completely the 2 residential traffic only signs, that you remove the red and white dead end sign, that you take down the Chatham Kent Sister City sign and set it aside for repair and further replacement. That any of those poster signs, that say residential parking only, anywhere they might exist in town, that poster type signs go away. And that is the end of my motion.
Did you write that down?
No, but I will.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Did you second it, Ed?
I did.
Thank you.
Does everyone agree that our residential parking signs, though, we all agree those are 100% enforceable?
Yes,
I
residential
think
parking
so,
only?
yes.
Yes.
You might debate that since they're not enforced, they may not be enforceable.
Well,
Yeah.
the only reason I say is that one sign there says residential parking and it says park, I think it says parking enforced. I believe it actually works. And people don't, I think they get it when they see that. So my only comment is if it were enforcing residential parking only and you have to have a permit, and you have to have this, that, and the other thing, then
Yeah.
the police will enforce it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, just for the future, if somebody were to challenge that and say it doesn't meet MUTCD specs, we could be in.
And I'm certainly not asking that those be taken down.
Yeah.
But we appreciate you limiting our risk on that, Kevin.
Yeah, I understand. They're good as a deterrent for sure.
Well, I'm just saying they should be enforceable because what's happening right now for some reason in that block or blocks, it actually works. And just looking down the road with eyes open, if there's going to be other activities up there that are going to create congestion or public safety and this, that, and the other thing, you really ought to be thinking down the road about how that's going to be handled because you don't want to be encouraging people to travel up there if there's going to be other activities that are busy and overwhelming, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Christian,
Yeah,
thank you
they're-
for bringing this up.
You don't want to channel them up there and then try to retrain them not to go up there is my point.
Right. My point though was there are color requirements in MUTCD that those signs don't meet, and that could be an issue.
I appreciate it.
You want me to talk to the police department about that? And Chief
I'll
Brown?
talk to them
maybe,
about it
you
as
know?
well because, yeah, enforcement I think is the key. So, okay.
I have one comment. I am very concerned that the Sister City sign is going to get lost, that the intent of having a sign that identifies us as a sister city with Kent is important. And I'm very leery that we're going to forget about it. It's just
No,
going to go
I won't.
under the
I won't let it
radar.
happen. I'll get it repaired.
We're gonna go, yeah, we'll go to Christian's house if it disappears.
I'll work on it.
It's
I'll
just
make
4
sure.
by 4
And
posts
I'll
that
put it
need
in
to
the
be
park.
purchased and painted and put back up, but it should be
Yeah.
put back up deeper in the park.
Seriously,
Right.
Barbara, I appreciate what you're saying, and you're right there.
Okay.
Okay,
We'll stay
where
on top of
with this motion?
We're waiting on a vote.
Okay, Kevin.
Okay. The motion that Nancy made, which was very complex.
I'll send it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Barbara Humes,
Aye.
Jay Premack,
Aye.
Christian Petroconis,
Aye.
Nancy Case,
Aye.
Ed Wheelis.
Aye.
I vote aye, Mayor.
Aye, and I missed a comment, but we'll talk about it next month. Okay, let's see here. Pandemic discussion and action on High Street stormwater drainage project.
Right. And I brought that up and I can't find it. A2. Yes. Okay. So this one here, I wanted to make sure that we get this resolved soon. I believe we have this mixing bowl or someplace. And I believe that Ronnie Smoot was contracted to install it, but it has not happened. And we've got to get it done. I mean, didn't we pay for this?
Is this the diffuser? at the
Yes.
Storage property?
Where
Yeah.
is it?
Is that the one?
Yes.
Mayor Bishop, you had oversight for the most part, I think, long before most of us on this stormwater project. Where is the diffuser, the mixer that's supposed to go in there?
It's my understanding that the contractor who initially performed the work and bought it is storing the diffuser. And there was a second part of this project that was bid out. And I believe that RNS was the successful bidder. And I think the town was waiting for them to complete the work. So that's what I know about it. I'm not sure if he's been contacted in writing about this since the pandemic, or he certainly can be contacted and see what the status is.
Would you be the person to do that since you're more familiar with the project, I think, than anybody on town council?
We just got to get it done.
I don't,
This office can certainly reach out to RNS to see the status of when they plan to restart the project. Yeah, sure.
Is RNS Ronnie Smooth? Is that the same person, same company?
RNS is his company. That's correct.
Yeah, we got to get on this because we paid for it and it needs to be done. And I think it should be done by the end of this term. I mean, this is just, we've been sitting here. This was one of your champion pet projects. Oh, it was.
Actually, it started out as an emergency project,
I
and
remember that.
so I would agree that it needs to be completed. So this office can contact RNS on it and see what the status is.
Okay.
As to when it'll be complete, I think is the key word.
well, thank you, Mayor Bishop. I think that you and the office or whomever, how you want to handle it, should reach out to whomever the hired parties are and find out where that is and when the town can expect to have it installed.
Okay, we'll
Thank you.
we'll contact them. Yep.
Great.
And is there anything else on B, or are we on to C?
We're on C. This is High Street.
Right.
And I put this together and now I can't find it. So I'll just talk to it. Hang on. I put it in here.
Yeah, I have it.
You do?
Yeah.
7A? No.
Is it the analysis?
6C? Yeah, I got two
6C.
zip files. Hang on.
Is it the analysis of the 3 sidewalk design options
Yes.
for Lower Town?
Yeah, I can't
And
find it, but
In the zip file, it's going to say 7B or 6B, I mean, because
oh,
that numbering was done before the
Oh,
agenda
okay,
was
okay, okay.
finalized.
So I actually went to town hall and I actually got the physical maps and everything. I can't do it from the computer so good. So I took them all out and went through them. And we really got to do something soon. Obviously, the mayor has brought that up that the state wants an answer from us. I think there's safety issues with the sidewalks and the railings for sure. It's falling apart. So we have these three options: as either repair, two, reduce it to High Street to one-way traffic, or three, shift the roadway and widen the sidewalk. I think we have option one is the most viable and the one we can get done the quickest, the least money, but take the alternative that was suggested in that report, and that is to close the streets during high season. And I had some suggestions on how to do that. And this would be the solution probably for the next 5 years to 10 years. And then I think eventually, but in the meantime, we could be working on the shifting of the roadway between public way and Hog Alley. But that's going to take a lot of time because we're dealing with the National Park Service and the West Virginia Department of Highways. So I think we're really left with option one and trying to do the alternative option.
Is the alternative one that you came up with? It's not one that I had.
It was in the report in there that you would put up block the road. It was in there. The state wrote that in. You had to read the report close to find it. So what I put together was potentially closing the streets, making it more town-like, making it more like the businesses can bring out their business a bit more with carts or tables, and they'll have some tables for pedestrians there. The issue is the traffic, of course, but this would only be for Saturday and Sunday between April and October in high season. And this way it would be safe for pedestrians.
So what section would the pedestrians would be able to then walk?
They would be able to walk from Hog Alley to all the way. You know, the sidewalk is much wider when you go from Public Way up the hill by the restaurant.
Townsend.
Townsend, yeah, just past there, the sidewalk is wider. So the big problem is between Hog Alley and Public Way. That sidewalk is very tight. The railing forces everybody down a very narrow path. And we were concerned about it during COVID, that people were separated enough. But when you block that road, that street then becomes a public walkway. It's very wide, of course. And I think it could be very festive, nice, just on Saturdays and Sundays and high season.
So when cars are coming down Washington Street and hit High Street and the street is closed off,
there's going to be, what I put in this report is I put in where we would need to put in electronic signs, one out on Shenandoah and 340 out there to warn people that our street is closed. The other one being out on near Columbia and Washington up there. It would be only local traffic beyond that point would be allowed, because there are some homes down there.
This is a
Where
good
would those,
conversation. It's a good conversation, but I do still think this is probably best done in the public forum where there's a.
Correct, but I just wanted to throw this out just as an option. And the cost, put some cost together.
Well, I appreciate what you've done. I think I agree that practically option one is the only one we could address in the near term.
Yeah.
It's the only one that keeps the character of the town intact as well, I think.
Yeah, but I've been to many towns where they have public, Charlottesville, I put in here, they closed one of their main streets years and years ago, and it's become very, very, and they totally closed it. It's never open.
Well, Winchester did too. They're down, one of their downs.
Yeah,
the thing about Harper's Ferry is we have one thoroughfare. Charlottesville is a city grid.
I
And that's,
I know, and I'm only talking temporary. I'm not talking permanent.
I think the idea here is lovely, but the unintended consequences, that list goes on for miles, literally and figuratively, with management of this, the integration with the Park Service, communication, enforcement. There's just a whole host of rat's nests, and I think.
Well, we're going to have to do something, Jay, because we get too many people in that slot. It's getting too crowded.
Well, there is a fourth option, and that's to do nothing except restore, repair the sidewalks, the railings, and the downspouts.
Yeah. But I'm talking 10 years from now, 15 years from now. You got to be thinking ahead here.
I think it's worth experimenting with. I mean, and it's not a permanent change.
You could do it temporary, try it for a few weekends and prototype it.
Okay, so what are we trying to do here?
Which item is on the agenda? 6C, it says High Street Storm Improvement Project.
Well,
I think that was a typo.
That's a typo. Maybe I did that.
Discussion and action on High Street Improvement Project. The word storm got in there somehow.
Yeah, it's the Harpers Ferry High Street State Project.
They talked about, improving whatever stormwater issues there may be there too. That's maybe why that ended up there. I don't know.
I don't think we should be taking any kind of action on this.
Oh, no. I didn't mean any action. I just wanted to run.
Okay, well, Jake hit it on the head very clearly. The last time we talked about this, there's been hearings and we got some comments from the public or from businesses. And then last month, we kind of kicked it down the road to this month to say, okay, we put the information up on our town website for transparency so people could see what the three options were. And I think there was discussion that after we talked about it again this month, that perhaps there would be a public hearing to walk the public through it again, to see what their comments were. That's what I heard last month. So,
are we published? Is there a page, Kevin? Because I don't think we got that far as a group.
No.
Yeah.
I wasn't told to go ahead and publish it.
No.
Okay. Well, our office coordinator pulled everything together that we had in the office, I thought, and sent it to, I don't know, was it sent to you? I don't know. I understood that they put everything up there to be posted, and if it wasn't posted,
this is sort of one of the challenges of our quirky town and our small government is this something that a past boss of mine called, and this is what I say this all due respect to all of us, is a diffusion of responsibility. When there's no clear person who's actually in charge, no one is in charge. And this is a good example of where good intentions are to a certain degree sort of going askew because there is not leadership on this item where one particular person owns it.
Well, we could look back to last month. I don't know exactly what was said, but what was said was, let's gather all the information we have so it can be posted on the town website so people can see. And I think, Jay, you wanted to see whatever information there was, and maybe Kevin.
I encouraged a framework because there was no leadership. So I stepped in to try and offer a framework for a path forward, not saying, and this is why I corrected the minutes. It wasn't that I was going to do that. It was that in the face of really no focus, and this thing just sort of sitting idle, I offered some action steps as a way to jumpstart it.
Well, with all due respect, the state walked us through all of the action item steps, held a hearing and said, okay, it's designed. Now tell us which one you want.
Right. But to execute a decision as this body, I wouldn't vote on it, or I'd vote against it because I don't feel like the town members have I haven't seen a good opportunity for people to really understand it. And this is one of those things where people will say, what the what? How did this happen? And I don't blame people because the last thing they're going to want to do is tune into our meetings that go for 4 hours. And so it's not, the state's done a great job. It's fantastic that the resources are there, and I'm confident we'll get to a point. It's just that the fact that it's taken us this long, and the idea that we could just say, all right, let's pick one, that doesn't fly with me. And I think that's why I suggested the path forward, which included much like Christian has brought some very good, well thought out ideas to the table, a forum for that, and an active use of our newsletter and our social media channels to encourage people to be aware, really aware of it.
Well, who is going to step up and do your frame? You know, who is going to single-handedly step up and do that? You know, we need
Let me address the time frame. The state had the time frame. They're the ones who, you know, the grant, the design, they took, I don't know, well over a year to put that together. So there's your time frame. But then they brought it forward to a public hearing. And that's where everyone had their opportunity to come forward and express their concerns or their appreciation or their support or not support in a public hearing, because we just went through another public hearing recently. So that was their opportunity to do that. Now, I get it. If they didn't do that, well, then perhaps there needs to be another hearing. But last month, we decided to pull together everything we had, and if we
Patty did that on April 19th and emailed it to all of us.
Okay. All
So
right.
there's an email, go look in your file for April 19th. There's an email with all the documents that she was able to find and pull together. And I guess you can figure out how to get it on the website, Kevin.
It
And then the
was
next
my
step was we
understanding.
were going to have a workshop. We were going to have a public.
Yeah, you're right. Nancy, with all due, you're absolutely right. There was going to be maybe a workshop or you know, communicate with the town, and I fully support all of that. Yeah.
It was my understanding that somebody was writing something up and sending that to me, and that was going to be posted on the website along with links to certain information that someone determined that this is the information that needed to be presented. That wasn't me. My job is to post it on the website once somebody else puts that together.
Yeah, and this stuff is, no one's going to read all through it. I'm just reading some of it now.
Oh my
And
gosh, it's dry.
yeah, no one's going to read through all this stuff.
I would ask that maybe we consider that we leverage some of our active members in the community who are not on town council, who might want to be more involved, to be able to pick up the mantle here and help us across the finish line in terms of connecting with the public. You know, this thing is otherwise going to languish for another few months.
Yeah.
I will make one point of contact. I have one person in mind. But
hiring a, what would we call it? An event manager.
did you say the H word, hiring?
Uh-huh.
I think we need to leverage our volunteers in town.
I'm not in disagreement of that, but I just thought that I would say that just to add to it.
The thing is that we'll benefit from is very clear goals, action steps, and outcomes, and keep them super simple. Doesn't have to be complicated. We have some basic facts, and when people understand, I think more that it's pretty critical that a decision is going to be made. You know, speak now or forever hold your peace. It becomes a bit more sobering that the fabric, literal fabric of the downtown, you know, the sidewalks could get torn up. The streets could be turned into closed, two-way, one-way, no way. You know, I think that might become a little bit more real rather than a, you know, presentation from the state about a thing that might happen someday. Because I think we're at a different point. We're at the point where we're actually going to make a thing happen. And, you know, we've made a lot of big things happen this year, and we have to do them carefully. So I'll do my best to reach out to a couple of folks and ask if they might be willing.
Okay, I guess that's the action then. Very good.
Thank you Kristen, for putting together the summary. Or the analysis, rather.
Yeah, read my thing. I think there's some good points in it, like the matching program, remove telephone poles.
Okay. Well, that being said, I think we have some executive session items we have to clean up.
Yes.
And that would have been Water Department 5, 6, and 7. Barbara, is that something?
Well, actually, the first one is
Budget and finance.
budget and finance.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be 4C, Roman numeral.
Aye.
4C.
Aye.
Okay. And the other three? 5, 6, and 7?
Yeah, they're all similar. It's all the same thing with money, salary.
Okay, well, who is locked and loaded with the announcement to go into executive session to deal with each one of these?
Well,
Let's see.
Water department.
Are they all employee matters?
They appear to be.
Yes.
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 Okay.
Yes. And yes.
Where is my folder? Executive session.
I have it on a piece of paper which I can't find.
Okay.
Maybe, but before we do that, the one item 4D, Roman numeral 7, was brought forward by Bill Robinson, and I think he should be part of the discussion.
Okay.
That one.
Okay. Oh, dadgummit. I move that the body go into executive session under West Virginia Code 69A4 B A, and that we invite in Bill Robinson at the appropriate time.
It would be 69A4B2A.
That is what I said.
You said BA.
B
B2A.
B2A.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll second that.
We have a second. Any further discussion? Then all those in favor of going into executive session?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, no objections. Okay, hear ye. We are going into executive session now as described. And,
Could we take a 3-minute break?
We actually need to convene in a separate Zoom room.
So now it's a good time to go on a break until we zoom back in.
Before we zoom out, we should know where we're zooming to.
Where is Deb?
Well, Deb, it's a link that Kevin would provide, and we will all just leave this room.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Kevin, do you have your link still, and are you comfortable with sending that by email
Yeah.
to the council?
Yep.
And I would ask that folks just reconvene there at 9:45.
Well, 9:45 is 4 minutes from now. Can we make it maybe 9:50?
Okay. Works.
Okay.
Sure thing.
Okay. Leave. See you guys.
Wait, okay, just check your email and.
So we leave. We leave.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Check my
Leave
email.
this
Hang on.
meeting.
Bye-bye.
So I might want to let Deb know we're going. There we go.
Okay. Who are we missing? Okay,
Hey, Kevin, we've been broadcasting live this entire time,
Yes.
so we're picking up where we left off.
okay, yeah, we are returning to open session now. It is 10:37 PM. And the mayor left the meeting when we went into executive session. We have 4 items left on our agenda. And the first item is 4CI. Discussion and action on general fund employee COVID-19 compensation.
Christian, do you have motion language for this?
Yeah, I do. And now my computer, hang on. Somehow I lost. That was what again? 4C?
CI.
Yeah, here, hang on. Sorry. There's one of the other ones open. Come on.
You want me to read it, Christian?
Oh, let me get it. Okay, I know it. I can do it. I move to approve to pay general fund employees a one-time wage compensation of 3% of the calendar year 2020 wages earned by each as a COVID-19 compensation.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote by roll call. Barbara Humes.
Oh, Barbara's muted.
Is she muted?
She's saying yes.
There she is.
Aye.
Okay. Jay Premack,
Aye.
Christian Petroconis,
Aye.
Nancy Case,
Aye.
Ed Wheelis,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Motion is approved. Next item is 4D5. Discussion and action on pay increase for waterworks employee.
I move to increase the hourly wage of Sean Vaney to $17 per hour, effective March 10th, 2021, retroactively to match the pay rate for the Class 1 operator.
I second.
Okay, give me just a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, vote by roll call. Barbara Humes,
Aye.
Jay Premack,
Aye.
Christian Petroconis,
Aye.
Nancy Case,
Aye.
Ed Wheelis,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Motion is approved. 4D6. Discussion and action on hiring of a full-time operator in training.
I move to hire Kenneth Mitchell as a full-time operator in training with benefits at an hourly wage of $16, effective when his paperwork is completed.
Second that.
Okay, give me just a second. Any further discussion on that?
I'm assuming paperwork, you mean employment paperwork?
Employment paperwork is completed, yeah.
Okay, vote by roll call. Barbara Humes,
Aye.
Jay Premack,
Aye.
Christian Petroconis,
Aye.
Nancy Case,
Aye.
Ed Wheelis.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion is approved. 4D7, discussion and action on creation of administrator position.
I move to approve the creation of and the initiation of the hiring process of an administrator who will have oversight of the day-to-day operations of the Harpers Ferry Waterworks at a pay rate to be determined, the job description to be further developed, the benefits and incentives, with benefits and incentives contingent upon fiscal feasibility.
Second.
I would like to question, since you're saying move to approve the creation of and the initiation of the hiring process, does that mean then that we will not have any opportunity to evaluate the creation of this position before moving ahead to go into hiring? I mean, should we not approve the creation of the administrator position? I forget how you.
Perhaps I can amend it to say, and we'll just do this for discussion right now. Move to approve the creation of and the development of the job description
Yeah.
of an administrator position with the oversight, who will have the oversight of the day-to-day operations of the Harpers Ferry Waterworks at a pay rate. Does that suffice? Move to approve the creation of and the development of the job description for an administrator position.
You might say responsibilities including Public Works Department, which
I don't want to go into the weeds because you can develop that in the job description.
got it. Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at, Nancy.
Okay, if that works, it doesn't say they're actually initiating the hiring,
Right.
but you're creating the job description and then,
Laying the groundwork.
yeah.
Can we drop the other motion somehow?
Yeah, I mean, I'm the one making the amendment, so I can amend my motion if I so choose. I learned that from Mr. Sayer.
Well, I want to ask one thing of Kevin right now. It's technical.
Mhm.
At what point can a person withdraw their motion? If we're going to wait for a second before you have a discussion and the discussion leads to everybody having light bulbs go off in their head and saying, gee, that should be withdrawn and start over with something else.
Yeah, as long as
Second.
Jay seconded that motion, as long as he agrees to it, Nancy can withdraw her original motion.
I will agree to that. Otherwise, she would have to amend her original
So
motion.
I will
Right.
withdraw my original motion and I will make a new motion to read. I move to approve the creation of and the development of a job description for an administrator who will have the oversight of the day-to-day operations of Harpers Ferry Waterworks at a pay rate to be determined with benefits and incentives contingent upon fiscal feasibility.
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion on that motion? So that was a motion to approve the creation of and the development of a job description for an administrator who will have oversight of the day-to-day operations of the Harpers Ferry Waterworks at a rate to be determined with benefits and incentives contingent upon fiscal feasibility.
Right.
Is that redundant to approve the creation of and the development of an administrator?
Approve the creation of
We're creating the position
and the development of a
But then you
job
can
description
and the
for,
development of the job description for the position.
Okay,
right.
okay. Is that coming out clear in that sentence?
I hope so. Move to
I
approve the
think so.
creation of. I think so.
That's one of the better motions.
I concur.
Let's vote and get out of here.
Okay. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, vote by roll call. Barbara Humes,
Aye.
Jay Premack,
Aye.
Christian Petroconis,
Aye.
Nancy Case,
Aye.
Ed Wheelis.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion is approved. I think that concludes all of our agenda items. Before we motion to adjourn, I do have one thing I want to mention. We can't really discuss it in much detail here, but I want to make you all aware. The second Monday of June, when we would normally have our town council meeting, is June 14th. However, by state code, 6 days after our elections, we have to meet as the Board of Canvassers, which is June 14th. Normally, those two meetings don't fall on the same date, but This year, June starts on a Tuesday, which makes it unusual for us. So at some point, we will need to determine whether we want to move the Board of Canvassers meeting to an earlier time that day, or do we want to cancel the regular council meeting and move it to a different date that month, possibly the Monday before it. I don't know, that's just a suggestion, but I would not recommend having both of those meetings on the same night, because the Board of Canvassers meetings sometimes can be quick and easy, relatively at least. Sometimes it can be very long, and we have to have it in person. We cannot do it by Zoom.
I will not be able to attend.
On June
14th.
14th?
Yeah, I will be out of town.
The, I guess I would encourage the moving of the regular meeting to a different date.
Yeah, and move it up. So it would be this council.
Yeah, that would be my suggestion, but that's
Accept-
something that we can, you know, we can discuss that separately from here. We can do a doodle poll or something like that, but
Well,
I just
we
wanted
do
to
that
make you all
meeting
aware of
later
it.
in the month
Mhm.
for waterworks. So
Do a doodle poll for June. We got a little bit of time, but for changing that meeting date.
As much as I like each and every one of you,
I second.
I motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
And I second, Jay. Thank you all for a long
Okay.
night.
All in
Hey.
favor of
Thank you.
adjournment?
Bye.
Aye.
All right, good night.
Bye-bye. Thanks, Deb.
Thank you, Deb.
Thank you, Deb.